Oh, thank you for your lookies, General. You got first. You're first! First for the first time. Actually, I don't know if it's the first time. Probably. I appreciate your lurk. Well, you typically have some stiff competition, so it's hard to say. Hey, Blandy. I appreciate that, General. It does not go unnoticed. Maybe that should become a new redeem, like become a custom catch. Oh, I'm glad. I appreciate you, General. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness. Hello? What about you, Cat? No, it's just her status. Her status is like, you know, about beating up allergies, and then the emote is just like her like bitch slapping a fish or something. I don't know. Okay, thank you, General. I'm gonna fix that right now. Wait, say something? Okay,
I
yeah.
am saying something.
I should be able to hear you now. Thanks, General.
Hello, Blender. Hello, General.
I heard that as genital. Hello, genital. I'm awake now.
You hear what you want?
No. Mother genital. Oh, you're at a tweety tweet. What did you get to eat?
Okay, so like I believe this is again. What's the name for that long back muscle that people like to eat from an animal? That's like a cylinder shaped.
I don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
anyway, it's pork and in the oven with legumes, veggies. You know, the variety of veggies. So yeah, it's probably tasty. Let's see. Dang, the taste is strong.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope your friend who got in the bike accident gets out okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry again about your great grandpa. A lot of stuff to hold on to.
Sorry that you're going through that.
Droopy's just breathing on my hand. What are you doing, you weirdo?
I need a little moment. I need to help my mom.
Okay.
Just a little minute.
You're fine, go ahead.
I'll walk you.
Sorry guys, I got sidetracked looking at Twitter. I was like gonna post something and then suddenly, for some reason, there's suddenly a lot of Peter Parker stuff. Like, what's... Oh wait, no. Oh, it's because I clicked stupid thing. Okay. Okie dokie. We'll be here. It's kind of crazy.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hey, Ada! Thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, Ada? I'm feeling pretty good, all things considered. What do you mean about the art redeems? Can you be a little bit more specific? If you're talking about the interactive redeem, that's like basically like when you're able to poke me. Like for example, 𝗟𝗶ሔር has redeemed one for a head pat. And so I'm basically gonna be rigging a head pat for my model. And the new emote art request is just that. It's like if you want a new specific kind of emote. So 𝗟𝗏 has done that twice now. Yeah, for my stream. I'm just waiting a little longer to get anyone else who wants to come in, and then we're gonna get started. No, it's only for my stream. Otherwise, that could get out of control pretty quickly. Don't worry, you'll probably get lucky at some point. Okay. Let me zoom into my face here. Also, I wanted to see, like, my... Well, that's what I would consider lucky. We don't... I mean, we don't have a whole lot of, like, just random gifted subs. People usually do it targeted. So... Just make sure you don't beg. No begging allowed. I'm trying to... That's my... It's not working at all. Why is that? Yeah. Yeah. Exactamundo. We have what do you call it? Ad communism. I don't know. I want this work. I want this work. Oh. I guess this could be an older version of my motto where... Oh, my ears definitely go up. My ears aren't going down quite as much as they used to. I wonder why that is. Let me just try and recalibrate Demi, come on, come back. Oh, hello. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Tuesday be Tuesdaying. I'm kinda sad that it's not doing the whole thing. Why won't you go down? Why is that the only option?
Sorry for the delay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Blender's like, what are you trying to do?
solve the problem?
Nice. So Blender's asking what I'm trying to do, and basically, like, when I open my mouth and my ears go up, but the whole ear going down when I'm kind of doing like a smug face isn't really working. It's only going part way down, so that's why I was trying to fix that while waiting for Demi.
Have you tried doing that with your mouth even further?
I can't go any further.
Try confidence.
Mm. Mm.
Pull those motherfuckers with your fingers. Can you do it just halfway, like on the left, on the right?
I don't think so. I mean, because that's not really how it's rigged, so...
Oh, hello, Ada. I see Ada exists.
It does indeed exist.
In fact, that can make my ears move individually from each other. Well, I can do you one better. I'm 2 times better at moving ears because I move both at the same time.
Lava. Yeah, let's get started.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I don't actually even know what section I'm on. Hydration check, thank you.
Oh. Do you remember the voices you were giving the characters?
Not entirely, but that's okay.
It's okay.
I just want to get to the main part first. So I'm not going to read this part because it's been read multiple times, but... Hey, Mazblan is playing American Truck Simulator. Okay. Okay. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear, but well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled with us on the fare, he did. And I saw those blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. God, I'm so rusty. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGill, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there were 2 of them inside the carriage, weren't there? Oh god, not this guy! No, I forgot about him! Ah! There have been much talk about the 5th passenger. No, now I'm giving him the Russian accent. Fuck! Wait. I want to suck your blood! Okay. Okay. I'm not freaking out, you're freaking out. Let me look at my notes! Oh my god, I have to flip multiple pages. Okay.
Multiple pages for the German accent.
No, it's not a
Not
German
German.
accent. It's Transylvanian, but like I wrote this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes ago. So I kind of periodically go through my notebook and just like write new things, write new random notes. Okay, I'm gonna write a new one here. For th is a D. For it's an E. For it's an ow. And apparently I have O with the little tilde mark, whatever that means. There's been,
Maybe it's U.
but I have that for the
Maybe it's U.
It just sounds like it just sounds like you said but with a burp.
You're not wrong.
Did you burp?
No.
Oh. let me just Transylvanian accent. It becomes E. Fifth. Feeth. Evidence. You got kissy cat.
Which cat?
Theo.
Of course.
Of course. Different mirror. Fish. Odd all. No. Oh. 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 Oh.
Are you okay?
No. I'm listening to the video, alright? Shut up! Oh, do I don't have fish up? Okay, hold on. Shot. On this Dr. Coffee. John's office was posh. Tom lost his job. Okay, let me get this library.
What? Mom lost his job?
I just don't have it
That's what
open
he
yet.
said.
I'm working on it, right? Okay, it should be up now. Okay. Whew. Oh, suck! I didn't even get to read it! Something about 5 passengers. Then, oh, there's a break now. Okay, great. Fuck. Bip. Oh, fuck. I clicked it again. Not giving Theo auto kisses. Wait, I can look at the court record. Oh wait, no, that's not a court record. History. Third. Mean much talk about it. Yet, zero evidence. Well, we still have 2 more minutes to give everyone else a chance. In the meantime, I kiss my cat.
Oh, BRB gonna release the fly.
Him and his flies.
Since it's the summer. BRB.
Excuses, excuses. I'm shedding a little bit low, man.
Mission accomplished.
Congratulations.
Thanks. A 30-second vacuum have.
1 minute left. We needed to go to the bathroom. Now's the time. Okay, I'm getting in the zone, you know? Getting in the zone. Eat. Beat. Sheet. Beat. That's funny, Blender.
They get stuck in the window, and I don't need to kill them.
And they go, bzz, bzz, Demi, help me, bzz, 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 help me, Demi, please. I've heard about you from my friends like an hour ago, which is actually when I was born.
I have a rule in my life. If you must kill, you must eat.
Yeah. I got weird shivers. But you don't always kill what you eat. But you always
kill it,
eat
must
what you
eat.
kill. But have you killed anything? Do you eat nothing?
Not really. No, I've killed flies before and I didn't eat them.
Oh! For shame. Do you think turtles eat flies?
They can eat birds.
What the fuck? Oh, wait,
It's
wait.
possible.
Oh, we're
Baby
back.
birds that fell out the nest. Turtles trying to.
Alright, alright, no more bird gore, thanks. Okay. Anyway, there were 2 of them inside the carriage, weren't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as of yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting our time for here, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty. Silence. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just now jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. Yeah, I think so, yes. I don't know what that is. Don't ask me. I don't know. Not long ago, this trial came very nearly to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. Now they're talking about the same thing I talked about before. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait. I'm trying to add the Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant as holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What is this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses and I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. When it turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really hadn't thought about it. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of stabbing, did I? Oh, okay. I guess I needed to have pressed in, because last time I had a lot of trouble trying to find where the issue was, but it was here. This is pretty obvious, though. I don't know about you guys. Do you have anything to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking.
He didn't do it because the exact moment when the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that?
Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I ask him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, I think it's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping! I am a respectable city banker, I'd have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked hands? How is that possible when they're gloves? Objection. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit the soaked might be laying it on a little bit thick, but anyway, there were definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGill did, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh! He's gonna break that walking stick. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah! Oh wait, autoplays, turn off. No wonder it was going so fast.
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was with both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection.
It was a simple mistake. You cannot justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, but it was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw the blood all over both hands. which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah! I'm a chipmunk! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man had a compelling reason to lie on his testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Hey, Usk. Welcome.
Hello, Usk.
How are you doing today, Usk? You haven't missed much. I just got over the hump. He literally is a chipmunk, look at that. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This portfolio contains all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it?
Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps.
Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, you will not find Schloem's name in there.
Well, let's see what we can find out. Doing good, I slept well, for once.
Gosh, it's crammed with full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh wait, I was examining, I meant to present. Take that! This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, it is a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum, would you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded here was found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents seem to state that the loan agreement was forged between two individual parties. Therefore, if the creditor, the defendant here, were to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which would be owed to him would be annulled, and they would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed that your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord! Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate a truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think yes. Yes, I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What?
It would appear that we are going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. At this time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally be able to have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. Really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't see actually anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was the witness to the crucial moment of the crime not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That is really not what a testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat, corroborating the victim's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor insignificant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, Miss Counsel. Yes, my lord. There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all seen. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night. The glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you was sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had the exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly at the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocally, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that in the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. The flesh. Very well, I will be upholding the prosecution's demand. I need to turn on my air conditioner. You identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Was the top hat guy sitting behind on the top part?
I think he was. The thing is like, this guy would have seen here, he couldn't see here, but that makes me think, like, couldn't this guy see here if he turned behind? But I guess this is the... Both rows of seats on the floor facing the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which the passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Maybe they were sitting next to each other on this back part. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite of the one the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Yeah!
Objection!
It is quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. Your Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who it could have been? Who could have been in the one in the other seat who was out of sight of the witnesses on the roof deck? I understand you, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, The person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view.
Take that!
Your passenger in the enclosed cabin and the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Had to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh my god. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Second, I need to blow my nose.
Nose explosion.
Thank you, Jemmy, for the recall. For the sound effects.
No propo.
Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those of the tiny island nations in the Far East as having learned and have a learning and culture of their own. But I see they have used the terms ill-advised. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise in which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim was really sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's glove, my lord. Oh, man. Stop. He's barking. Kiss you. I kiss you. Butt scratches. Okay, butt scratches. Done. Okay, nice. All on. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else who was sitting beside the victim that night, a third party that we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is simply that, just that, nothing more than a conjecture. Their witnesses, the witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection.
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I just couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice these things, sir. And what peculiar styles of hats do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of the hat makes no difference. There is no third passenger on that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilden, would have undoubtedly offered to depose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing that even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Oh! He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it was inconceivable that Mr. McGilden would have been unaware of it. Order! Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilden, to the stand. Well, what would you say, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already have made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he was unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilden is no uneducated ruffian. If it is indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been in the most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilden to testify or not? And his testification? Testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilden to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say. Get the gentleman out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run the things at the guild. Hearing what the patrons of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilden, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there is a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or do I keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage in the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye. 'Twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Miss Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. I assure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why am I rolling his And it's not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known about the wee one that was there, then they would have assumed she had done it, and they'd haul her into this courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing had just happened to be in the carriage at night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Ah, smoke! Ah, there's fire! Look, there's someone trying to get away! After them! It's no use! I can't see anything after all the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended.
The plot thickens.
Like thick oatmeal. I definitely find McGilded to be the most fun to voice right now. I find that my what do you call it? Performance of 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀 is quite weak, in part because I don't have like the kind of confidence to kind of do the accent. So I can't like do as much acting as I would want to do, you know.
Yeah. Once you get the accent right, you can do the everything. It's only a matter of time. I have a feeling that that guy will appear more.
I hope so. He's fun. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendants 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Sato.
I was told that there was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like some sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done such a thing such as that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be? The other passenger that Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀 was just talking about.
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝘀, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer the questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There was another matter that was troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems that there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures just don't seem to add up again.
she's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The girl is probably hiding under the chair. That hole. Because it's like too small for an adult man, but maybe it's small enough. It's big enough for a kids travel for free. Maybe it's big enough for the 15-year-old. She's actually older than I thought they were gonna say she was. Lets me stuff some chips in my mouth.
I've seen people like 60 years old calling 30 years old as kids.
Yeah, here they are. Just like Blender's a kid.
Yeah. People at least 3 years younger than me are kids.
People at least 3 months younger than me are kids. I can hear Blender now. Ha ha ha. Like
Har, har, har.
there's no reason why he put so much space between the ha's. Unless they were not genuine. I hope it's in that much effort. Remember to hydrate. Okay, that means Ada is a baby. Baby Ada. We don't have baby Sora, so baby Ada is next in line. Baby Ada. Baby G-boy. Oh. Its trial will commence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll be going in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now.
No, General, how old are you? You don't mind my asking. You can't just say something like that and not tell us. 18! General just made the cutoff.
Wait, when did you have your birthday? Could you have joined the stream before? Were you allowed?
Were you a wee one? You're still a wee one.
I don't know, Fluff. Maybe we're just old. We're dying.
He could die before us, you never know. Kind of rough living in Canada. Shut up, Blender. That's messed up, bro. Did you remember Blender, huh?
Already did it, young one. Should refill my water soon.
I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato.
Yes! Hi!
18th February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
There's the young girl next to McGilda, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilda. Now, Mr. Van Zieks?
My lord.
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort of typical employment of the army.
Good gracious! The army! What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilda?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place. Why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilda. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
So what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs all that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. And then begorra, a large thud and a wee scream woke me up from a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet. I sat him up in the seat across from me, and I turned to find out where the scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding on the omnibus. Is that correct?
It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. My lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Why do you, make eye contact with us through the fourth wall? That was really weird. It's like, huh? I'm like, no, stop. Don't look at me like that.
Like Dora the Explorer. Can you solve this case?
Stares into your soul.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and probably nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up at the first start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up in the seat across from me. Then I turned to
oh, wait. Oh. Wait, can I... What's the point of these back things if I can't go back? I meant to press all of them.
I too wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else in his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilda before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must try to learn all the facts as we can.
Huh. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this.
Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head.
How did you know? On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly knocked it off. Hold it! And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passengers, it was, I see. Aye, and that's why I took to the back side as I did. He's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means.
Is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite of the one which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, and it's where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream made me wake up with a first start. A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like a sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So, do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor after having been stabbed? Well, now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound awoke me, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? That's true, General. Suspicious. But at the same time, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight in front of me before my eyes. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor but at me feet, so I set him up in the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ara! Lord 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀? Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any noble person would hail the cabman. You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet. Any upstanding member of society, that is. Thank you for the hydration check.
Oh, I need to drink.
Thanks for your lurk. Very well now. Well now, as you know, I am something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try, where all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had to mind to find out the whys and the wherefores first. The whys and the wherefores. Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time of the thud of the victim collapsing. Was there a hole that she could see through? Then I turned to find where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Hold it! What did you find? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm sure you told the courtroom there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. But I didn't tell you that she was under the chair. So technically, in some ways, she was under the carriage. JK. What do you mean by that? Well, no, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat to which I had been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
It's in our hodo. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember?
Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. We already looked there.
This would be a very good time to have a thorough look inside.
We already did it.
And that's where I found her.
There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Oh, you really are overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her in the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all be too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And whiles in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, dear sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. Gilbert. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord, but she doesn't look anything like a gentleman with a hat. Suspicious!
There was also a mustache.
Was there? Oh, you mean because of the Mason. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. What do you think of my Irish accent?
It's good.
Thanks.
I don't know much about their Irish accent. It sounds good.
Oh, thanks.
I didn't realize he was supposed to be Irish until you started doing the voices.
His name is McGilded.
Oh.
Thanks,
Is
General.
he like a leprechaun?
Something like that. I'm aiming for the musicality of the Irish. I can't roll my R's as well. Better you try? But yeah, we remember when last time we were like, is he Scottish or is he Irish? And this was like, he's supposed to be Irish. And we're like, yeah. So,
Yeah, boy.
yeah, boy. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After all that, of course. With all the scream from the gentleman over us, the general realized something was wrong, and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. Did you though? Did you really? The events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name. Oh, her name is Gina Lestrade. Let's trade. Gina, let's trade. Hey, let's trade. Come on, let's trade. Let this break.
Let's trade. Let's trade?
Yeah.
He's Mongolian. Okay. I feel like I can hear the difference, but when I'm just like trying to do the difference myself, it's hard.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing that myself. I would struggle so much. I mean, well, I'm not a native speaking English gentleman, of course. Must be why.
Not the ad back, you be good. Yeah, I can definitely hear the difference. I'm listening to a video. I can definitely hear the difference. Like I can think of Pleasant Pheasant because she has a very thick Scottish accent, but I can't just like reproduce it. Welcome back, everyone. Um, Give me 2 seconds. I'm just finishing a little video about Irish or is it Scottish? Yeah, we're back. Eh. Okay, anyway, I'm done. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh my god. Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Oh, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. I'm over here. I'm over here. Oh, what was the point of that little sidestep? I wonder if she's also Irish.
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. She's a little dirty dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She herself got backed in the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. What's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Oh my god. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is for what is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoking guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this is in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink the best.
Ah! Do not wave that thing around in my direction again. I guess I shouldn't make her Scottish. I should just make her like in it accent. Good old. Yeah.
So, you would admit you are riding in the omnibus in the night in question. She's alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It was just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus that night in question.
Alright, if I have to. Yeah, I got this accent is closer. What the girl saw. So I snuck in the carriage before they hooked up the horses.
I can't get out of this Irish accent now.
So I snuck in the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles at night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's a pitch in there. And then, after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped me out of me skin, I did. And this scream just came out.
Alright, General.
Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he did let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger, I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting on the top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole from which... Oh.
And the cubbyhole from which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye. But of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I had parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So, you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her in there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself with a young life ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Thanks to Lurk Blunder. Even though you must have realized your actions would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I wasn't innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt for my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness! What a perfect gentleman!
My lord! He's spitting. He's either spitting or he's sweating. He's spitting. This is a fine example of a man who can't possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. What did you say?
He sweats a lot, at least in the other animations. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's that.
Yeah, but it seems to only be happening when he's talking, so it's probably spit. Now he's sweating. Oh, sweat for a second. Oh, see, like that. Ugh. I'm ashamed myself of ever doubting you, sir. Who's left? With calm, calculated reasoning, one can clearly arrives at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is, well, it must mean.
It must mean what?
That we're victorious.
We've won. Are you sure?
Objection!
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends... Oh wait, oops, he's not British. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington's offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotions rule the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement give us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It is noted in black and white here in the police report. Oh my god, let me close the door. 1 second. Nami is entering standing mode. I ran out of my night medication. Today is my last night, and I kind of forgot. I didn't realize I ran out of my. I need like a new refill, but apparently it's gonna take. They're gonna get an update to me within 3 days, so 3 days, so I won't have it.
It's the one that the body produces for when getting EP, or I don't remember.
No, I don't take melatonin anymore. It's for hepatitis B.
Okay.
It basically lowers my viral loads. But I should be at near 0, if not 0 anyway, so maybe it's not too bad.
So by night medication, it's something that you take at night, not necessarily to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Hydrate. True. The evidence has been tampered with in order to corroborate Mr. McGill's story. Someone has been unlawfully removing everything from under the seat. What? Order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have affected council? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nepalese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as one would self-respecting practitioner of law. Pray, what did you find in the condition under the seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure. The young gentleman will be able to clear up this in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead. Tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What am I supposed to say about the state of that little compartment and the seat in the omnibus? I really don't know if I should be giving this answer as only helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara! Oh, gosh. Ara! You whist? What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. Oh, he heaving. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Because I believe in the law! As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. He's not altogether pleasing, fella. I am simply stating the truth, Mr. McGill did. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing. And not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there in the cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. You will think that perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken. Why? Why do you feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designated to house equipment using to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night of the question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpocket are lying. Oh boy, here we go. Them and their endless fire. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. A stinking rich always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Cat is meowing. 1 second. Okay, guys, false alarm. Apparently I'm just losing my mind. There's no cat.
There's no cat.
There's no
Cat's
cat!
gone.
I don't think the cat's gone. I think there never was a cat. Oh. With calm and calculating reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time is a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. My lord. Yes, my lord. What just happened? I've sunken too deep into the Irish hole.
The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
What the girl saw. Yeah, I'm... So I snuck inside... See, I'm doing it again.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Always.
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? It's a rum idea, innit?
I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. Actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, it does clear up a little mystery of the...
Well, it does clear up a little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scrap grace riding for free.
Red conker of a driver always goes for some grub before it's his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment of the coach, no?
Yeah. There's some brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the file filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I almost did country. What the fuck? What's going on with my brain?
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat.
That's all I can tell you. It seems we have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. Well, it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot? Most days I push up the cushion with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at what I'm going to fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat under me ain't as plush as the other ones, see? Most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push up the cushion to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Now, oh god. So, funny story is the fact that, oh, this gave me a blink and breathe somehow. Oh, thank you. Which is funny is that the southern accent, like the history of the southern accent, has origins in English. So there are some similarities there in terms of how they pronounce some words, which is part of the origin of the southern accent in America. So I guess it's not too far off that mixing. I ain't too happy. Small place feels too much like feels too much like being thrown into the clink. That's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Opson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. Well, they have very different, like, the Irish and England are pretty different, so I say that Southern is more like Southern to, like, non-accented American English are more of the same blood than Irish and England English. England English. British English. So I don't... It's a little... They're not really part of the same, thread, I would think, in my opinion. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, he did. And a scream just came out. It's just because of that this swell found me. He helped me get away, mind. And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, and the bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. And the cowards lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ah, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believed you talked to Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me about some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to on that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. How did they have enough time to, like, talk for a while? Like, all this happened within, like, a few seconds. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want anyone seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up something smartish, and this here Irishman said to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive pieces of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't put my finger on it. Yeah. I missed my thing.
Your what?
I missed the thing I wanted to press.
Oh, for the achievement.
No, not for the achievement, just to continue the game.
Okay.
Hold it! Well, now. Excuse me.
Is there something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I was just wondering if Mr. Lettre's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. There's nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. So scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to be making everything you seem much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole... Jabbers. There's no need to tell the whole world of Miss Follyballs, you young scamp. You little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us some vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important! My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Counsel. Nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you talking about? What are you on about?
Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on. Oh. No. No, I want to go back. Oh, no, no, no.
No.
I hate this game. It's seriously such a mechanical flaw. Like, it's one thing to like, okay, fine, I can't go back. What's another thing to have a back button and then not be able to go back?
Would it be that? Have you been using your mouse to click that? Maybe there's another button.
Not that I can see. Okay, straining my ears to work out what was going on. Ready to freaking Irish again. My head is just Irish. Ish, ish, ish. The second Memmy is sitting down. I already tried the keyboard arrows. See, my head is slowly rising. That's my desk also lowering. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on. All I could hear was snoring. Then how could she not hear? What was she surprised about then if she didn't hear anything? So you were straining to hear what happened the entire time since you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could have pushed the curtain up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then I saw this swell getting on and got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilda sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Wouldn't you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, you see? But wouldn't he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and stopped there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market. Smelled like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Doesn't add up. Miss Lettrade, what you just told the court, it's clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nepalese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀 realized too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lettrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring, but think, Ryunotsuke, think... There's something else she must have heard. Show a person. Very well, my lord. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lettrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Take that! Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lettrade could not have failed to hear. Is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Mr. Trade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on with the drivers in the pubs, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. That it was. That That it was. That so was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, in all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus all that time. Did I not say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? With a crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that in its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door open or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
Ha! Eep! Eepy! Eepy oh! Oh boo!
Yes.
Did she say eep?
No. She just said, ah. I added the rest. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝗀. Yes. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more.
He's dead right. How could that victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Granny, no!
Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. But, Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Boom.
It's now harder. That's 5 jury members are leaning toward guilty.
No, he has what do you call it? Spare chalices. Well, considering your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. Shows the considerable troubles you have spared me. Blood on my chin. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amadan. Ew! Stop! I hate this part. This is carnage. It's perfect. Jury number 2, who's the only one left.
Mr. Narhada, the way this is going...
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McGillen's innocence, the judge will rule, and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, then it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case.
What are you saying?
Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus that night the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petty thieves were to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Time to slap myself! Or not.
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage.
There's another entrance. It's on the roof! Roof, roof. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would have come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. The only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Oh, really?
Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door.
Another opening to which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Is the omnibus in which the incident occurred? Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, a skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 theory? Both McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in the testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Oh, so that means he was killed up top and then shoved through the skylight by one of those two guys. Who do you think it was?
Who killed?
Yeah. Do you think it was fair play? Who was not fairing play? Fairing play, playing fair?
So, how many culprits there are? How many?
I think there is one. This is probably fair play, or possibly an accomplice with first. Because he doesn't look like he has much money too. He can't even have his own proper hat. Yes, which has already been explained. As soon as the sound of the victim falling from his seat had been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from a seat on the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness has described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry. In fact... Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You are now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That is simply impossible.
How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside the skylight, as you say, then the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
Well, yes, that's true, but
Now he's holding it too?
might a humble fella make a wee comment here.
Mr. McGill did.
To be sure, the two fellows who sat in the roof there testified afore, and said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, as 'tis not much of a case of them not saying, but aye, 'tis a case of them being unable to say.
He's basically saying they're lying.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas were in cahoots. They will be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. 'Cause yous would not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Humph! Oh my goodness, surely not.
There's two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck a knife in the man were...
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
What the fuck? What the fuck is he doing?
You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating?
Is he secretly the horse that the guy was driving?
What?
This is a flaming outrage. I have good mind to give you a blinker in a moment. He'll give you a shiner in a moment, he said. And so will I.
Mr. Fairplay, you are effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, a well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right. I protest too. And what about you, you rotten scoundrel?
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the antechamber at once.
But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. Yeah, it's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Manzix. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse?
I never intended to. It seems that the young 𝗟𝗶ጵ that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars, and you have intimated that of their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is known what is termed as a baseless accusation.
I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any evidence, but you just can't dismiss it without a second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get him to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I saw that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Testify! Testify!
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were only 2 people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting there, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure that the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say... I must say that on listening to this testimony, this is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck, without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down of the 2 of you in collusion with each other.
What?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard. The 2 witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh yes, my lord.
We were the only 2 people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting there, don't you think one of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us had known the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So you never met thrice-fired Mason before? Oh, Lumaine, no! No, not even once, never.
He'd never met the man before, he said. Never.
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either.
That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the most connection to the man who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded.
Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you?
Doing you for? Did the witness' last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection.
Is that right now, I wonder? Yeah, he does.
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. Has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your payment date?
I beg your pardon?
He borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, now, isn't that a touch of begrudgery, isn't it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes on to another. And young Mr. First?
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding on your head is one of your own creations, isn't it?
Oh, but I still am just an apprentice, you understand.
Oh, there's a break.
Break.
On your horses. Do you think the other cases in the future will have these many characters
Probably.
at the same time?
I mean, I feel like that's been the case for all of the cases, so I don't see it ending anytime soon. Tutu!
Very different.
Tutu la
Oh,
tutu.
Tutu! Wait, is this the first time Tutu is seeing Ace Attorney
I guess he
Chronicles?
I guess he missed the other cases. Yeah, just this a historical one. You be missing my missing my Irish accents. I do have you had stereo voicing. Oh my god. Imagine one of those like ASMR mics and I'm like whispering in one ear and then whispering in the other.
What are you saying, lad? What?
3D voice acting. How you doing, Tutu? Good, glad to hear that. So this case is gonna end soon. Do I start the next case or do I do something else?
Were you thinking of anything else?
No.
I mean, I would like to see at least the start of the next case. I don't know. See what the new characters are.
Okay, then we'll do
Okay.
that. A lot of people are lurking right now, Tutu. Hence people's lack of talking. Been a little bit of a slower day, just fine.
I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
Oh, I just gave him a accent again, the wrong accent. Perfect fit, was it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is.
My customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers. Such as 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀. Oh.
Ah!
There was photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. So you mean this? Can't help but thinking that poor man's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh! That's one of my hats.
Aye, that it is. It would seem the brickmaker is a customer of yours. That sort of customer, I wager you'd have to have a weak quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods.
No, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
Well, there really ain't nothing more to add. Wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here hadn't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
Oh, you little weasel. Oh!
It's better at this than I am.
Gosh. Mr. McGilded has...
Giving fucking everyone an Irish accent!
Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Please, don't mind me little interruption to hold up the proceedings.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have...
Couldn't have been opened.
Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look at yourself. Go on. Oh, fool yourself.
You see, it's shut fast now. Just like it was that night.
So it is, of course. A fellow that size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. Still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Ah, now you hold there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding on the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck. I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried, and I was inside the cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? Skylight. It's what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. It's a lie, I tell you! Otherwise I would have broken wind. You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up the roof deck in one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had bursts coming out of my ears. Mr. Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted up the last bloke's purse, he got wise on me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used a skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch on skylights is on the top side, that's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb up to the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, ha! Oh, my hat! See? Order! 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 So, it appears that the Shrieker's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. But don't I already have that proof? I guess I have to examine it again.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here in the bitter winter nights and the cold. Oops.
So the catch so the catch of the skylight is on the top side.
Yes, but it's not fastened at the moment, so we can slide it from in here.
Oh, blood.
Yes, it does appear to open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me?
Ah!
What is it?
Look, just here. Just look at this.
It's without question.
It's blood. Why would there be a bloodstain here? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
The details of the omnibus have been updated in the court record.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Cause it's a sponge! Oh, it's a sponge. Hey Fox, how you doing?
Hello, Fox.
Fox. Oh, Fox. And immediately after, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight to the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof certainly remains visible to the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. I'm well rested, Fox. Thanks for asking. What? That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible.
Irrefutable proof. Here. I mean, irrefutable proof. Here. In this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly in the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it?
I'm like, no, blood, blah blah blah, why there be blood stain here? I think I clicked the wrong thing, that's just why and
Got it!
got it! By Jupiter! By Jupy! Is that blood? Arr!
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my!
And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Because he's a chipmunk.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
And only found its way to that particular spot in the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? The gingerbread fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First?
is all too plain, if you see. There is the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No!
But it can't be.
It's all... lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defense's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, sir. It's clear to me where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the girls' carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection.
Oh my god. Goodness gracious! Chilling performance, Mr. 𝗟𝗍𝗀. Oh? And what would he be referring to there now, Lord Van Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extreme reason. Simple. So one simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection.
Never existed? What? What are you talking about? There it is for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty. There is no smear of blood existed on the carriage. At least not until this trial began. What are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks? That this is the stained blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor as your stand-in, Lord Van Zieks. But I, Magnus 𝗟𝗍𝗀, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolled off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am very aware of your involvement behind the scenes of many great affairs of dubious nature. You are very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of the crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Huh? Oh no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But, if you would all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have put a smear of blood on it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here is to hearing your opinion to this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think could have been possible. Ha ha ha, Tutu, I see what you did there. Oh. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there has been something more important at stake here.
There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
What's going on?
Be careful, Miss Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us was made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
It was one of these two guys. Are you wise?
What are you trying to pull, ye rotten, feckless grounger?
Feckless grounger?
You're supposed to be defending me. It is a wicked plot. Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Whatever you may think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After all, these courts was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade. A number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That is true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord.
You're a little late, Fox, but the girl was hiding in the seat. But she allegedly couldn't get out because 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀 was sitting on top of the seat, so she couldn't get out.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who was fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
My lord. Yes, counsel.
There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been presented at the start of the trial.
What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? And if you dare betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection.
Silence, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. Or, silence, 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, but counsel. Welcome back. Welcome back. The oddest thing I've ever had to nap to. So you successfully fell asleep while napped while you were listening to me voice act? What about those few times where I was like, well, I wasn't really screaming, but the times where I was like, oh, I'm touched. I'm touched, Blunder. Welcome back. There's something that happened earlier that made me think of you, but now I can't remember what it was. Like, I bet Blender would respond to this, I guess is what I was thinking. Anyway. Ooh, 2 hours. Oh, right, because you're up. Blender was feeling sick, so he called out from work. I'll have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim to have appeared at some point during the trial? It's right here. Got it! If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although as an advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. General. I believe the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it is unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded. I've done everything possible to cooperate with his court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. Why are you punching me, Demi?
I'm sorry.
'Tis over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are orcans. The fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out it has been. It's a good-for-nothing reaper the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. In the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed with my adjudication. As a formality, I am, of course, obligated to confirm with the defense first. There was a picture of when the guy was stabbed, like, sitting in the chair, but that's it. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won.
Is that really right? The right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all those unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes.
Does it matter? What do you guys think? Let's do a poll.
It's a bit difficult. I feel like the defendant is guilty, even though I would like to see the game portray him as innocent, despite the fact that he looks the way he behaves the way he does.
Sorry, say that again?
Not-
You would like the game to portray him as innocent, but like...
So, yeah, it feels like if the defendant is guilty, it's like a stereotype, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see the reverse of that, but I kind of feel that it might be the case. I was thinking otherwise before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Nice, Fox. Who said
I
nay?
would like to think that.
Someone said nay.
General. Oh, wait, is nay for guilty or innocent?
He said he doesn't think he's guilty. Or he thinks he's innocent. Well, there isn't enough evidence either way, so in this case, even if the defendant could be guilty, the defendant... We have to say the defendant is innocent, I think.
What would make the case go on?
Having enough evidence. As Mr. McGill did, legal's representative. I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer, and there's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGill, to be innocent of all allegations brought against him. Thank you. Oh, thank you, counsel. 𝗟𝗟 will remember that. Here's to you, my Nepalese friend, and the most abject closing I have yet to hear in a court of law. Order, order. Oh, it was a great decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was a grand decision. You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella. Some fine work you done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh god. Wah! What is he, frickin' like Wario or something? I really don't know what to make of all this.
What the hell is going on?
What was the evidence we'd seen, genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship will be fuming, and unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
The stinking rich will always be guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed as I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. Is that true even now, that the British system says guilty until proven innocent? I thank you kindly, my lord.
I don't think that's the case, but maybe it could have been more.
Maybe. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. Oh my god.
But we still haven't determined if the blood stain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Hello? Blender?
Lord Van Zieks.
Is my voice weird or something?
My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. Demi, your mic is messing up apparently. You might want to disconnect and... Alright, this happened yesterday too, apparently.
Okay, how about now?
But wait! Well, we were evacuated from the courtroom, but Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's how unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer a judgment.
What?
Very well, Lord Van Zieks. It's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If ye like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. 𝗟𝗔𝗶𝗹𝘀𝘀. Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. What are you doing, Demi? I didn't mean to say it that way. I can hear a like you're texting or something. Almost.
Oh, I'm tapping my phone and it's probably shaking the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's good. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. 𝗟𝗔𝗶𝗹𝘀𝘀. Hi, Sushi. Not guilty. Wow, no cheers, just silence.
The case is leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't believe it! This is an outrage! This should have been examining the evidence more! What are you talking about? The man's declared! He's innocent!
How you doing, Sushi?
But it's weird. Shouldn't the judge be the one who gives the final decision? Like.
That's what he just did.
But yeah, you say the man is innocent, and they just all go with it.
Yeah, because it's but like, you know, according. Yeah, 𝗟𝗚𝗀. They know who's playing the game. That's why. Yeah, but I mean, I think he was just like taking their what they said into consideration, but he was the one who was actually going to be deciding.
With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us.
Ooh. 18th February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
That certainly was a long trial.
Ah, yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
I should have said,
My heartfelt congratulations.
and to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't that wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty perfectly.
Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill did. Ah, and that girl's with him too. Well, it seems like the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off and there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? That's funny.
They know.
They know. Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having the opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. Yeah, straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. 'Tis the water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGill did, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. And you'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolutely faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be provided a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. The fuck? It's not that funny. So then. As we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Us? Be whist? You be humble, fella, aren't you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. To courtroom? What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir, but there were some changes in the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I'm asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any of this more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of time with your studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. I don't know, man. I might have taken that 1,000 guineas. Oh, I forgot she was here too.
Don't move!
Whereas I want to say, get a move on. It really does take forever to load that thing. I was thinking the same thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh my god. What's with her face? Why are her eyes so high up?
What?
Is it just me? Her eyes just feel like a little too high up. I feel like they should be lower down.
Hmm.
Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
What were you gonna say?
I'm not feeling it from this angle, but
I don't know. When she came, I think it's just because of where her bangs are. I'm expecting her eyes to be a little lower.
maybe
Is this some kind of picnic? Who is this little girl now?
it's like her head is way bigger than the other characters.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it.
And taking with that you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of running my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor.
Normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. We had to be shrouded in smoke. Could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
So we had to be shrouded in smoke? Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off of her once while I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? What you mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry for what you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Huh. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh good, you see I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly certain that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
Well, we'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. Oh, so sorry for all the fuss.
What the fuck are you, though?
She was a lively one. Well, do you think we ought to be on our way now too?
Yes, you're right. But where to?
Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London, we had to rush here.
All of our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend the day in search of lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck.
Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of Miss 𝗟𝗀𝗀 Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think it's a midwinter London night. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person just solid as an elderly one.
Oh dear. Doesn't sound agreeable.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀 down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. And so, the trial determined my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh my god.
What's going on? Get the fire
I'm gonna go. Oh no, I'm not gonna run.
What? How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Why didn't they try and break the person out? Oh!
Oh, this can't be. Oh, what do you say?
I'm gonna go release a fly
Oh,
again.
okay.
Where did they come from? What the hell?
Event episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. What is a Kokoro? A fly guy. Hey, fly guy. Woo, fly guy. I can get some water real quick.
There's actually two flies, and they only got one of them out. I don't know why. I'm a fly guy. Oh, there's this. Gary. I did it! I saved the fly! Where is Mammy? There was an anime cutscene where they found the minibus burning, and it appeared that someone was inside. Probably died in the fire. And they were gonna go check on the minibus again, like do another inspection, but they didn't have the chance. I don't know who did. And there was someone inside because we saw the minibus shaking as someone was banging on the door, but they couldn't get out. And the glass was broken, but we couldn't see who was inside. And no one stopped to help.
They said, by golly, it's on fire! And then just let it burn. Hey, Freestar, how you doing?
Oh, you know what happened? It surely must have been the fireworks. Was right.
I think that McGill did want to have a last talking to whoever was in there, just like, this is where you die, and then like walked away.
Like who did we see outside? We saw the judge, we saw the prosecutor, we saw who else?
The original 3 witnesses were missing. Oh, you in New York already? Sorry, I haven't been keeping up to date. Because it's about to be July 4th, so you must be here or nearly here. How are you liking it so far?
Hello, Freestar.
You said surviving. Doesn't exactly sound like a rousing recommendation.
I need to go get some wawa
Okay.
so that I can hydrate.
Okay. A rousing, not arousing. We leave a 5th. Y'all are just a bunch of horny nerds. Like, when you're saying, like, arousing cheer, like, arousing applause, it means, like, oh, like, a very excited, you know. Arousing. Exciting, stirring. A rousing speech. A fine, rousing fire that will soon warm you. It's blazing strongly. That's the archaic word. Give rise to excitement. Wow, that's a lot of steps, bruh. Okay, now I understand the surviving, because if you don't feel it now, you will be. Oh, you will be. I'm sorry I read a lot as a kid. I was quite loquacious, and I wasn't a particularly belligerent child, but I may have been precocious, because I read a lot. Kick. Memi uses fancy words, it's super effective. It's not my fault that you can't hear the space between A and rousing. Oh, you met a girl on the plane? Oh, okay, okay. How's that going? Is she also visiting, or is she coming home? Is she from around your area? Gotcha. Were you talking to each other in English?
I'm back, boy.
Welcome back. It took you a while.
There's an ad. Sorry?
It took you a while.
Yeah. I not only went to drink water, I released it.
Oh. Is she going back home or somewhere else? Oh, okay.
I exaggerated the animal wave goodbye. Oh. What? I'm not getting the reference.
I don't think there even needs to be a reference to get. You just said goodbye to your pee for 10 minutes.
Oh, must have been it.
You're slow. Demi wipes his pee when he doesn't flush. Ew.
Sometimes when I don't want to depart, I just bring a bottle with me.
Ew. Remember when I said I ran out of mint chocolate chip ice cream?
Your what chocolate ice cream?
Remember when I said I finished my my mint chocolate chip ice cream?
Yeah.
Apparently I had a little left.
Oh. Was it like a surprise you forgot that you had?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best ice cream.
Blender, does that mean I can't be a true gamer because it would be nearly impossible to aim into a small water bottle?
It doesn't matter if you succeed in doing it. You become a true gamer just by trying.
Wow. Yeah, but then it's like dirty. Then I had to go clean it, and then I might as well just go to the bathroom myself anyway.
You get those discardable ones, throw out the window.
Oh my gosh, we started you really? Was it cute? I didn't know that your schedule was flexible enough to just spend 2 hours with a stranger you just met. But I'm a bro, General.
Did this freestar meet someone we know?
No.
Oh.
It was just a girl he met. Who's from Austria.
What's sweet?
I guess. Why are you yelling at me? I believe it.
You don't get it, Fluff? You was cute.
Wow. You guys think you're gonna talk more? Was she alone? Was she doing what you're doing, but just like a different schedule, I guess? I mean, she could have been traveling with family or something. I don't know. It's just like, bye fam. I hope she stays safe.
Hey guys, are we all just internet strangers that we met on the internet?
I was about to, until Freestar said I just accompanied her and advised her on her plans, I was about to say, did you use a condom? Oh my god, 18 plus stream. General just made it by like a day. Now he's old. Yeah, well, I had a taste of that rom-com shit once when I was coming home from Turkey. But it ended up leading to bad memories.
Wait, did I hear that story?
No, I don't think so. What do you mean? Why did you say con? It's supposed to be calm. It's just romantic comedy. I know, I'm just fucking with you. You know, one bro to another. Condom. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, that was a little stretch for me. I need a stretch. Okay. Let's move on to the next section.
Hey, Freestar. You're the real G, man.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed.
Sorry, Demi, I forgot to share with you earlier.
Another part to this story that we are
Thanks.
yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
February 9:47, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
I don't know if I missed something from the anime intro or the description intro.
You didn't.
So, okay.
Did you sleep? Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all. Oh, wait, why am I not even putting on an accent? I'm like, fuck.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace.
Freestar, what neighborhood was she in? It's okay to walk around at night as long, like, if you were with her at least, you know?
And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time in the SS 𝗟𝗀, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh, that's nice, Freestar. I'm glad you did that.
Oh yes, it was sort of the night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oops. Sorry about that.
The building was so unimpressive and the entrance so inviting, I just... Oh, the building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
Ah. Yeah. Well. I don't live in that area specifically, but I know that area. So, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
Ugh, I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our whole entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Ugh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour.
Oh yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Tusata-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performs his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been appraised of the events. Apprised. You conducted a rather remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh!
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth be claimed to be a fully fledged lawyer. If only it was that easy. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant was not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀, it's been a pleasure, so it has.
And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Wah ha ha ha! Wario!
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilder really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth.
Something that's kind of weird that I noticed is that the game kind of drops frames when it's streaming versus when I'm seeing it. Just a little too bad.
And then
I believe it's just has less frames. I don't know if it's dropping.
It seems like it's dropping frames as the animations just seem less smooth.
I have your streaming to me on Discord has 15 FPS max.
Yeah, that's because I set that to lower the...
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the stream in... like, on Twitch.
On Twitch? Oh, okay. On Twitch it runs better.
Yeah, but I feel like it's still not as smooth as it is in game. That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, you needn't to let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry.
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. That was going to be my second guess. That it was McGilded stuck in that thing, but... No! What? Mr. McGilded is... dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Hold on one second. I don't understand what happened. How could he be dead? I guess we're not gonna be having more Irish McGilded. Sad. After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime from which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, whilst the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak. But already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, he must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But that detective guy was said, like, no one's supposed to get in there till we had a re-investigation. Like, that's sus. AF. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any of concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Oh, Mr. McGilded. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Naruhodo, that means that the whole experience was steeped in the great solemnity... solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Tosato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. And the judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Uno momento. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate. That your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple! Sorry, I'm like wiping my face at the moment. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Oh, does that mean he knew?
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case wasn't anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned at first when I heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it rather hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is there something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive a not guilty verdict you had set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceed my expectations, I'll freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I've mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? What was he going to say before? Okay.
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming and quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As of yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow, then.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out to be a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could stand facing that court after Mr. Gilda's trial. Oh, it's hot! Ah, yes, I nearly forgot there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end that awaits the defendant.
Another casual life and death situation, no big deal. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what is that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something... that you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Exactly, General. I would be interested to hear what exactly you meant by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh! Another thing. Continue. On the way here, the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he had ever made it to the Great Britain, or at the time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Naruhodo, what is this all about? Mr. Hosogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter of hand. I had taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been standing there?
I bet it's Watson! JK, I don't know. Wait, he has fries in his hands.
Damn.
I remember seeing like a video of like, I don't know, something with like a character with fries in their hands. Batatas. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Update.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk with the detective, don't you think?
Oh, yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Makes me want fries. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some flippery about the weather isn't going to give every English gent meeting of your hand, you know. But Sasato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you to talk to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the officers will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's been too busy with the bigwigs these days. All because some bumpkins who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation in the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh? Infinite corn of fries? I've never heard that. Corn of fries. Unless you meant horn. In which case I can kind of get it.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant suit.
Eh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
Yeah, but you said corn. It's not the fries part, it's the corn. Why are you saying corn? It's in season be fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? Oh, I see. Got it. So, Mr. Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson.
What's the matter, Susato-san? The detective's name means something to her. We haven't even started the case yet, bruh.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
I like how his little lower lip moves when he eats.
You're acting like you know this man, Susato. He's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact.
Very well. Oh, we don't know who was guilty. There wasn't enough evidence, and then next thing we know, McGilded, the defendant, is stuck in the omnibus that's on flames, and it went up in flames, and he died. So, yeah.
He features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Shlomes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the Great Shlomes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Shlomes isn't a professional like myself, of course. But he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Shlomes is equally complimentary about you, Mr. Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot in all of Scotland Yard. That's what his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Shlomes isn't particularly known for giving out compliments, you see. And that he's not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, I had to admit that to start when I was a little, well, flattered from all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the Yard was through the roof. But that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People always looking at me now. They're always whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are starting to say such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but you know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Thank you for the blink and breathe. Oh dear, perhaps the rise to fame does change people. Thank you for the stretch and the hydration check!
I just drank, I can't drink again.
I'm gonna sip. Sip, motherfucker.
So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to say, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be more simpler. It couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, that couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious. That's despicable! What kind of sort of coward would attack a poor woman from behind? I suppose you'd have to finish whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after some sort of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. I'm just like staring at this.
Lips.
Yeah. That's what I was saying, his little lip.
Can you believe it?
It's cute. But I'm like staring at this fry. It's like, okay, it's cut in half, and then like I know the idea is that it's like he's eating it and then he's like shifting up a new one. But it's just like, where does it go?
Is that in the middle a banana?
Huh?
Is that in the middle a banana?
No.
Instead of a big fry?
It's just a big fry. I mean, why would it be orange on the outside?
Could be a fried banana. I don't know.
It's an extra chunky boy. Infinite! I want that! I want that! Get out here, Ike. No one likes you. Oh, thanks, Usk. Yeah, Usk is still lurking.
He barely had a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left after the scene after led you directly to the culprit.
Hi, Carlo. Oh, what do you make for dinner, Usk? He's just eating chips. Makes me want chips. You know, like British chips, like fries. I want fries.
Hello, Carlo.
Smudge! How you doing?
Much.
Wait, was it a fish bite? So, like, it definitely wasn't a banana, but, like, is that actually what he was eating? He was eating... Is that how they wrap up, like, fish and chips? Just, like, have a random piece of fish in the middle? Spaghetti bolognese, that's practically Debbie's favorite.
Yeah, boy!
I didn't know they did that. I knew they was like wrapped up and stuff, but I didn't realize they would just... I feel like if you did that, you would make like the oil from the fried fish would make the fries soggy. I know they're fried too, but I thought they were wrapped separately.
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. I think you're right, though. Like, I mean, I would have, if I were them, I would have made it just a little bit more, like, crusty looking, so then you can actually tell as if he's a fish. Sorry. Thanks, Carlo. Well, potatoes are white inside, too, when you bite them.
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not? Simple.
Prosecutors that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord...
Baron von 𝗟𝗋.
No!
Sounds like you've heard of him, then.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord von 𝗟𝗋. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey.
Lord Briar von 𝗟𝗋, who faced court only yesterday.
Mr. 𝗟𝗋𝗀 told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
When von 𝗟𝗋 stands for prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned it because every defendant he's advocated against is found guilty, is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord von 𝗟𝗋, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Ha! And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
Where is he putting that fish and chips?
What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Ah, Magnus McGilded came a cropper into that omnibus when I'm in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if von 𝗟𝗋 could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. In his pocket, face down, like that's, you know. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. Now you're just being racist. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Give me some of your chips. Cone socket. Such a weird word. Right. Well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. You haven't filled me in. You didn't give me the chips yet. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. Still carrying out a few more investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you say, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you'll head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. He'll give you a good chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53, thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in the court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too.
But if the man they arrested is innocent...
You can well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell, and I for one wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself, and I'm not really sure I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to come make some inquiries. Will you help me? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes. Let's go. Woo.
You got the deluxe version of the coat. Comes with fish and chips. That's cute. 19 February, local prison cell number 9. It happened, General. It happened. Just check this message real quick.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced in Japan myself, I can assure you all wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
Apparently, our client is in the cell here, but it's so dark in the back there I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, all legal representatives there to see you. Stop hiding behind the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As of yet with no name? Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably unjust, unreasonable. I refuse to answer. No.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That was a tirade of complaints. It was in Japanese. Excuse me, but...
Shh, quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they're there.
Does he have OCD or something? At first I didn't realize he was straightening his bow tie. And like I didn't know he had something in his pocket, so he's like just fixing all these things, so I thought he was just like holding that sign with his hand and like just like like, oh, I had to put it next to my face and my chest and like I don't want to do that, Carlo. It sounds bad. Sounds like pain. Oh, sorry. Take this off. They're falling off. This gets funny.
They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
Right, so could I ask you who exactly—
There you are, you've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try and hide it, you're a ghost.
Ghost?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance?
That's funny. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Sora, no. Sora, no.
Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We just were a little surprised, is all.
Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land!
Oh, hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here at this damp dark hellhole was
the most monumental moving moment!
For a second I thought he was gonna dab.
Who could have guessed this new client of Lord Strongheart's assigned to us?
who would turn out to be a fellow Japanese. Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. Yeah, I think he is, Carlo. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nippon!
A first-class lawyer?
Oh dear, I think there's been some sort of misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why have you been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, I can, I will! Shan't stay sullen and silent!
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be.
Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is 𝗟𝗔 Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, 𝗟𝗏 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Nobly and notoriously named Natsume. 𝗟𝗏 Natsume. Seems, I mean, not to be ageist, but he seems a little bit old to be a student.
He's a student of what?
We don't know.
𝗟𝗏 Natsume-san? What an unusual name.
Call me 𝗟𝗏, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku.
It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume? You mean an alias?
Look at the lips.
I want this to be you, dummy.
Okay.
He's just the right height. Just kidding.
That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic.
It's much more refined than that! And haiku?
Haiku, that reminds me of home. Did I hear you say you were a visiting student, sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right.
A year ago, I was told to study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this!
It's beyond the pale!
Suffer that misery? Do you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it, no!
What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That is my field. But no, they told me to study the English language.
Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable!
I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper.
Wise words on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀.
Is he making Japanese characters with
He-
his body?
I don't know, maybe he is he?
There's something like that, guys.
And he's got the sign over here.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes, so I'm often told. And wait, I just had a realization. I think that when he's doing like the wise, whatever, he's doing it. He's making a haiku.
Oh.
It might not be obvious to us.
Imagine he doesn't have any paper to write it on,
Yeah.
so that he just does with the body.
Wise words on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. Well, wise words on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. Utterly unbelievable. No, okay, that's definitely longer than haiku. Wait, is a haiku like 757?
I have no idea.
Maybe in Japanese they are. Notoriously natsu. I don't know. Anyway.
Could you perhaps tell us why exactly you've been arrested, Sasaki-san?
I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder!
Murder?
Oh no, it's alright.
The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems like this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. This is funny. Incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Oh, I was counting on my fingers again. So 𝗟𝗍san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. So it was an accursed even just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Surely the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I walked along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing green overcoat she was, just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed under the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Well, I have to say, this woman looks a lot different than the one they were showing in the beginning. In the anime thing. It was like a slight young woman, like whatever, and this is not that. Let's just say that. Look at those feetsies.
Oh.
How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Okay, so I guess even it's not necessarily a haiku, this can be seen as like alliteration, poetic, like whatever.
Yeah, they try to find a way to make it work
Mm-hmm.
in the game. Yeah, without directly translating.
Yeah. I just wanted to check that it wasn't like alphabetical or something too. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say I was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, 𝗟𝗍san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I am diffident, shy, timid, unsure, and I can't talk to people! I see. A young woman unknown to 𝗟𝗍san. Okay, bye Fox. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate you.
See ya!
And at the time that it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably. Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one. Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you and there was no one else on the street at the time. That creates somewhat of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if Sasaki-san had just told us as true, that's something I can't explain. He said he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else in the scene. Then he appears to have fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, then surely this man would have to be the culprit? But also, if no one was there to see him, how do they know it was him? Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Oh, oops, perhaps I thought a little too loudly. Uh-oh, he's gonna have a nervous breakdown. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sasaki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was no one at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. The accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Herlock Sholmes. Of all the bad luck, the accursed great detective? Oh, accursed great detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live, with his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. The brash, big-headed busybody, begone! May you be cursed to the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded in the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me, This is the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver. Yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That's Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous man in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective really is very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman, me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man! Oh my god, look at his eye twitches. I wonder what great deduction process led him to the conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sloane's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really the most unreasonable. He's hiding something. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. It's the only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flimflammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do. I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And we're speaking English. A simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you, defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a student study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh no, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! The mark of defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? Oh, ad break.
Oh no, we're gonna keep the man shaking.
Wait, hold
For
on.
3 minutes!
My headset fell off. What did you say?
We're gonna keep the man shaking for 3 minutes. That's quite a shock. That keepsake, oh no!
Not a keepsake! What?
You can breathe, I continue. You can do it.
I'm not gonna do it for another 2 minutes. You have to work on your lung control.
Because I started doing it before breathing in to my maximum lung capacity.
It's all about how much you breathe out, my dude. It's all about the control.
You're right.
Hmm. $30 has September, April, June, and November. Welcome back. Ah!
Hey.
Ah! 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 I can't do it the same way, but I try. I can't reverb the quack because it's coming through my microphone. Quack! Anyway, okay. He's making a rest. I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh? Who do you mean?
The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me.
Goodness! What? Why do you say that?
For the same reason you noted before. When it happened, there was only one victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm no fool. I know it looks as though I might be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laugh about me before, in my earshot without any computation at all. Compuntation? Anyway. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man that doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful. They're wrong! I study more English than half of the policemen out there in the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about those people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes...
Oh my god, this is the first time his eyes look normal.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see what you've been through. So, Seki-san, it's just that...
Oh no, you lost him.
Give me a little time, please. Hmm? I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it'll give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh yes, yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should go then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
Is there even more to say? Oh, I don't think so. Go to Briar Road! 19th February, Briar Road.
So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at the regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The man of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That's their job, you know. But Naruhodo, just to see one with my very own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀, but I never dreamed I'd come this close.
To real Bobby's helmet! What? The helmet?
Of course! I have to try one on one day.
Well, I hope your happy dreams come true. I just love how he doesn't have a chin. What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh! Inspector Gregson!
This isn't on a tourist trail, as I'm afraid you're well aware. Does he not recognize them? Does he think they're just another Japanese people, like all Japanese people look the same?
We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells, then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
Oh, we'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, then whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London at this time of year is full of
stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the inventions of 𝗟𝗋ጵ𝗪𝗀𝘀, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamed of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
So, it does make them look the part, seeing the policeman there and this helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense of a job protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the labourers in his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, then he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my.
I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? Maybe he wants to be fat, right? It's from all the walking all those miles.
And chase after criminals who try and evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more like alongside. But yes. And they're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. Hey, got me! You got me! Congratulations!
Which one?
The one where I have a disgusted face. The original Memi. I'm heavy. I'm heavy, boy. Yeah, I'm heavy. I'm thick. With 5 C's. 25 C's. Thick. You're welcome.
I've always dreamed about wearing those helmets, I have to say, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. I'll do my best not to become a black hole.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on an open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. It is right that the lady is still unconscious now. You mentioned she was being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really, are you sure?
It's the odd policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
Nice, Carlo.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Oh, that reminds me. I should probably restart the leaderboard. Lols. Carlo's in, then Carlo's out. Yep, okay, it's now reset. Go, go, go. Have fun. I reset for the month because I forgot to do it yesterday. Nice, Usk. You're first.
The local map has been entered into court record.
Wow.
You won, Sunfish. You got a fluff ring. That's 5 gold, my dude.
As far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume also claimed to have not seen anyone around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that no one else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ah!
It was a typical foggy London night, and your client obviously didn't see them. They're witnesses now.
Stick! It's almost as good as poop! Brown and sticky!
Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
What is with these reliable and respected citizens in London being pieces of shit?
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Ah!
A policeman. That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment that the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all. I read that originally as catching them banging in the act. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like.
In court tomorrow.
Oh.
I've no doubt he'd be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He has no intentions of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too.
Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What is it? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear it was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? His colors drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' great inspirational deductions. Fiddle faddle! Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's the Rancid magazine. It's a wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees to fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories, and the so-called great detective makes a mockery of us all. If you ask anyone in the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in a Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. That man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and police have a complex relationship. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, you have retired? Retired? You barely got started. You got a tutu. Nice job, General. Tutu ala toto. Makes no difference to me, but I will say this. Carlo, you still have your overall, like, of all time, you still are #1. It's just for this month. No lawyer has worth his salt has we touched that case of the barge pole. Just because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit of strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers are with the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. That's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of interest, Inspector? You think I can really tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? I mean, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. Can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. And you're just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my self-desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea where the man's address is, even. It's Baker Street! Hey, how do you know that? It's in the stories, of course.
22-1 Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. But there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try and find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I summon a carriage!
So now we're gonna have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. Double check there's nothing else to say.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀.
I keep calling him Shlomes, but it's just Sholmes.
Hmm.
February 12:53 p.m. Sholmes Suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as is described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved in here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog down an unlit
London street.
Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes.
So, if you don't mind,
I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Huh. She's obsessed. Well?
Hey, Fluff.
Yeah?
I'm gonna go have dinner. I'll return soon.
Okie dokie.
excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello, it's been... Is it a new big case from Mr. Shlomes?
I'm just gonna call him Shlomes, fuck.
Hello.
Wait.
Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Mrs. Sato, do you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Shlomes how to take on his case.
The King of Bohemia?
King William
Sigismund von Holstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment. And look over here. Look over there.
The tea's brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well.
Ah! It's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Ah, there you are.
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of when to run my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, good day to you.
I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
Should probably make her voice higher. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you. Having to go straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was, challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you.
Is tea supposed to look like that? Look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after a long voyage here. You have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Oh, was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Does she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Oh, she's the writer. Right? What's Watson's name supposed to be? Like I something. I think it's yeah, no, because it's like instead of Watson, it's Wilson. So like, she must be the writer of the stories.
I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it?
What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Smikatoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Susie. And Runo. Surely there's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Why is everyone able to read his mind? It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right.
You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, not at all.
I was so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Although at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this?
Ah, thinking back now. You left with Miss Lestrade in the tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that was an awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about getting it fitted with a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. So she could apologize to my trusted technician.
Sorry, your technician.
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
That's Herlock Sholmes. We lived here together.
Oh, I had no idea the great detective was had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Oh no, not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, now would I?
Well then, what's your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you'd found out lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no. They're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine! Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. And they really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I were the only ones to ever have heard them, don't you think? Ah, goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he had just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before he came. So you're the author? Mm-hmm. Yes. I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call this later adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band, that's certainly familiar. Of course, I've always changed one or two details on the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well. Actually. Mm-hmm. And of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts in the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes published in the Rance magazine? All written by me, yes. On my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are all written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes. That's me. I mean, my name is really Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true, too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? 10 years old. Well, it's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world has just been falling apart. Hydrate! About before. Yes? What's on your mind, Reno? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and that we had just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain everything in detail. Oh, of course. I'd be delighted. Although there's not really any mystery now. Let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Reno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey's in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we're only just arrived at London. How do you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was confident that you had only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor. Telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? And then I noticed the red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Oh. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on the comings and goings, you see. Oh, I didn't realize. A red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you have already been caused to visit a foreign inmate in a local prison. However, neither of you are wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, that clearly must have been Mr. Natsumi. Now Ryuno has that fancy Japanese sword. And to think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there's only one conclusion from those facts that can lead me to... You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Oh my god. And there's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all there is to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson. That was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholm's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involved in the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Oh, I was supposed to talk to... I think I missed out on a achievement. Well... It's 2 Chronicles. Digging the bed. These have Low perfectionist and top row. No. I can read strings. Let's make sure I didn't lock us out. But the police were waiting for him on the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There was a witness who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. So Seki-san said he didn't see anyone else at the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Oh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow's too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh, Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible.
I suppose it's the harsh reality of working with the world's greatest justice system.
I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't want to hold out much hope for 𝗟𝗟ci𝗰𝗶𝗹𝘀.
Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris.
Hi, Sky. How you doing? Thanks for the bonk.
Been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome.
I generally am good. I'm a little tired from all this reading. I think after this section is over, I'll probably end. I've been ending a little bit early recently, but I'm trying to take care of myself.
I'm glad to hear you're doing good, though.
Let me just finish up some Ace Attorney. No, 5 hours is pretty short for me. Usually I'd go on for at least another 2 hours, sometimes longer. But when I'm just doing something like reading this, it doesn't necessarily take as much brain power, but there's a lot of accents and I'm just talking constantly, so... Tired.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley's still investigating the scene. The scene involving, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, May? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case... Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What's this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that it won't be a problem." Gosh, that won't make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript to the Speckled Band. I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come again back soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We head back to the scene of Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Oh, I wasn't able to explore. That's why I was supposed to explore first, I guess. Because they kicked me out, that's why. Well, I hope everyone continues to vibe. See what's going on today. The Rook is starting soon, doing some Final Fantasy. I'm gonna give her some love. Remember, flew for poof. Flew for poof. Not a VTuber, but she's pretty cool, pretty nice. Alright, take care, guys. Bye bye.